Okay. Oh, I hear merging, so I might need to make coffee before I get going. I do. Okay.
What are you going to do about your floor?
Baby. Okay. What can we get done today? Are things working? I haven't even looked. Oop. Okay. I appear to have no sound. Lack of sound is not good. Lack of sound. Sound. Sounds promising. Still no sound. Is my robot broken? My robot is broken. Yep. There we go. Now things are working. Who's streaming this morning? Apparently nobody because my robot is broken. What is going on this morning? Oh yeah, it died again. 400 bad request. Why? Does one of the streamers have an unusual character in their name? Oh, Mike VDev is on this morning. Let's try one more time. See if we can kill things. Let's move this over here. And let's try this. That works. Let's try this. That breaks. Why? Interesting. I wonder if there's just a bad character in one of these. It shouldn't be that fragile. Request input was not valid. Wouldn't just be the underscore, surely? No. Interesting. Oh well. We will start it up again and we will hope that we'll just not use the team command for now. Apparently I have a bad request. I should do some error handling on that endpoint. Okay. Now we need to do some Discord because we follow the routine. We have a routine. We like a bit of a routine. We like a routine. Okay. Let's bring this over here. Routine is good. And I drink the coffee. The coffee is life. Okay. Now then. We have a shader that spits out zeros. Zeros? Zeros. How do you spell zeros? Wow. This is progress. But I feel there are better things ahead. Let's try collision detection. And we'll put one in the Bevy streams. And we will do this. And this can go back over here. Beautiful. Now, a little blue sky action. A little bit of blue sky. A little bit of blue sky. Okay. Someone following me. Someone followed me. I don't know who that is. Okay. Now, let's review. In physics, we have a bunch of setup stuff for, well, first of all, rendering to the minimap. So that's interesting. Let's just review that. So we have a main camera that is seeing both render layers 0, which this is on, and render layers 1, which this is on. And then we have a minimap rendering camera, which targets this image and renders the same scene. And eventually the goal will be for this viewport to be smaller than the viewport that this image has, but I'm not quite sure how to achieve that yet. So we might need to think about that one. I have a suspicion we could do it with different viewports on the. Yeah, I still don't know how to do it, but hey, we've got a compute shader running and spitting out zeros. Okay. GPU readback. Okay. So now we've got to figure out a couple things. We've got to decide how to use we need to use the rendered image result in the compute shader. And I think that's going to mean passing it in, using it in a texture. And possibly the easiest way to do that is to use the minimap rendering. So maybe it shouldn't be called minimap anymore. Maybe it should be called something else. We're calling it minimap render target, but it could end up being the render target that we use for collision detection as well. Just because we're already rendering to an image, why would we render to another one, basically? So we may end up renaming that, I guess. But it's cool that we can use it for a minimap. I like that idea. There's just no point in having one that's a mirror of the main screen because you've already got the main screen. But it would be really interesting to see if I could reduce the viewport of the main screen without reducing the viewport of the minimap. Kind of like to try that. The thing is, I can't help wondering if I would need a third camera, because there needs to be at least one camera that sees both images so that they can be displayed. Yeah, I don't know how that would work. If viewport is on the camera, that might be tricky. If viewport was on the mesh, I could see it kind of working. Let's have a quick look at the documentation. Camera certainly has a viewport. Defines the area on the render target to which the camera renders its image. You can overlay multiple cameras in a single window using viewports to create effects like split screen mini maps and character viewers. So we've already got two cameras in action. The physical position to render, the physical size of the viewport rectangle, and the depth. And I'm just wondering if I change the viewport on the main camera. Well, I guess we'll find out, right? We can just do it and see what happens. It's in, I think for some reason it's in lib, which is a bad idea, but never mind. What is this sub camera view? That sounds interesting. There's a UVEC 2. I don't know, let's just use like 512, 512. That's weird. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. Okay. All right, let's see what happens there. That's hilarious. Okay. Well, it zooms in, which is cool, but obviously it doesn't show the minimap. And it's not, the physical size should be out here somewhere. So hang on. What are the other values? Physical position and depth. So, it might be that we need a main camera, a render target camera, and a third camera that just covers the main game screen. I want a viewport within the image, not a viewport within the screen, if that makes sense. It might not make sense. Hmm. Um, I think I would like the AI to explain this concept. Viewport of a larger mesh. Maybe if the screen wasn't 1920 1080. I think that's the problem. Is we want we want a 1080p view, but we want the background image to be larger. Hang on, let's experiment with that. Let's look at the level image we've been using. Maybe it's time to use a different level image anyway. I realize none of this is the compute shader, but we're getting there. Why can't I open that? Oh, I see. All right, so this is 1080p. I guess we could simulate it by making the display smaller. But I'd quite like to design for 1080p. But maybe the level images themselves should be like 2K. But that has resolution implications as well. So maybe you make the level 2K, 1080p, but the game screen smaller, like 712 or whatever. Uh, let's look at this. If I do that, okay, smaller window. I don't see the edge of the screen, and I don't see. Why don't I see my preview? Oh, because the transform's so big to adjust for 720. Good. Okay. Um, so that'll be in playing, right? Yeah, here we go. So what should it be? Like, I should have some math in here to account for the screen, really. Okay. So does this represent this represent, oh, I've already solved it. This is the entire image. Oh, okay. Except that, oh, that's weird. Right, because I'm not adjusting the mouse cursor for the size of the window. Unless I've just decided to display the leftmost part of it. Oh, I have. Why don't I see the... Yeah, there's definitely something wrong with the mouse position. I've made the assumption that the mouse cursor will be 00 at the top left, but it isn't because now we're dealing with the window dimensions. Yeah, so it's completely wrong. But this is good because this is displaying the entire image and this isn't. So we can work with that. I'm not quite sure where in the image this viewport is, but we can figure that out. I think it would happen by default, so whatever the default. I want to say this is the center of the screen because didn't we see the character falling down through it? Let's try again. Yeah, so this has to be 00. So that's good. But this isn't. This is wrong. Or is it? No, it definitely is because look, it's correcting. It's not correcting the mouse position to the window. So I need to adjust something like viewport to world, or I'm using... That's great. We've already solved part of the minimap problem just by adjusting the size of the window. So I know that I can change. It might be that rather than resize the window, I could just set the scale factor. So for example, in lib, here we could go back to 1920, 1080, and scale factor 2. Would that achieve the same effect? Bigger window again, much bigger UI. No, it screws everything up. Actually, we should... maybe. We should check. Let's reposition that. And we'll try scale factor 1.5. And this might be different on different monitors too. But if we just imagine that everything is a 1080p monitor, the transform, it'd be good if I had a way to calculate the edge of the screen. That would be much more sensible. I do have a way to calculate the edge of the screen. But let's just do... Okay, so this is the entire image. That is the center of the screen. So FI, that is wrong. So it's moving all the way to the edge of the minimap when we're clearly dealing with a much smaller area here. I do think we're in the correct place in the middle. In the bounds of the screen, we've got wave, wave, and then edge, which is wave, wave. Finishes about there, maybe there. And then on the other side, it finishes about there. So we're seeing a viewport inside it like that. And it's maybe not quite where we want to be, but it's close. It's like we won't see the entire puzzle at once, which I think is part of the goal. You don't want to be able to see the entire puzzle. So maybe I should design for an even higher scale factor. What happens if we change it back to 2? I really need to fix this. Okay. So we're in the middle. We can see this middle part. We can see, oh, see, look at that. It's way off. Okay. We can see 1, 2, 3, end. And on here, we can just see 1 and the beginning of 2. So probably about there is our edge of screen. And then on the other side, we really only see up to about there. So that could be good. We don't see the entire thing, but we see some. Is that the way we want it to behave? Is it going to make the characters too big? Do we need to design for smaller characters in that case? Because it's going to be 100 of them, in theory. He's pretty big. That's not going to work. He's 32 by 32, I think. So, how do we approach this? Because deciding the scale, I think, is going to be important. I think it's going to be important. I think we should get it right now. Just not sure what the best approach is. Camera viewport is interesting, but I think if I was going to do it that way, I'd have to add a third camera, if I understand it correctly, to encompass both this view and this view, which could be all right, but it just feels like too much complexity for what we're doing. Whereas at the moment, we've got this one main camera that can see both the mini map and this. And then there's a second camera that's rendering just this. Well, should we experiment with the third camera? Let's just see what it would look like. That would mean the main camera doesn't have this. It's just a main camera. And it needs to see both the render layers. And then we add an additional camera in playing. We'll probably extract that out somewhere at some point. Main view camera, I guess, or game camera. Not sure what to call it. Map camera, level camera. Let's just repeat this. Sees the level material, but not the minimap. Sees the minimap, but not the level material. Oh, no, that's not true, actually. Because both the level material is on layer 0, and so is the minimap camera. We're already doing the viewport thing, so we've pivoted this morning, but that's okay. We'll get back to the compute shader in a minute. Okay. So how do we handle the render layers then? The minimap renders first. We don't really have a target for this one. So it's just the window. But maybe this one is the one that gets the viewport. Oh, isn't it, Mr. Ray Ray? It could be, and good morning. It could be me. Let me check that real quick. I thought it was, but I thought it was one of those non-expiring ones. Let me just check that. Server settings. Invites. Invite code never expires, uses 24. Seems to be working. Let's try adding another one. Custom invite link. I think it's complaining about streamer mode. Hang on a sec. Close that. Where is it? Invite people. Here we go. Edit invite link. Maximum number of uses. No limit. Expires never. Generate a new link. Copy. Oh, it worked? I should have come back to the chat faster. Anyway, here's another one. Oh, you're in. Anyway, sweet. Sorry about that. Discord, you gotta love it. Okay, viewport. Physical. What's it called again? Physical position. Oh, physical size is a UVec to. How you doing anyway? New. And we'll say 512, 512, just for the hell of it. I was going to, and still going to look at compute shaders again this morning, but I got sidetracked into figuring out the mini map and how we can display the main window at a smaller viewport and the mini map at the whole of the thing. I'm sure this is a solved problem, but I've never done it before, so I'm just experimenting. So what is our current dimensions? 1920, 1280, good. We'll get rid of this. And we need to understand about the render layers. So let's see here. We've added a third camera. That means that there's going to be a conflict if we have two cameras on the same render layer, I think. It won't know precedence. I'm pretty sure if I run this now, it's going to complain at me. That's three cameras at work. That's hilarious. Oh, God. It's so cursed, but it's beautiful at the same time. I don't know which one I'm looking at. I need to add like a clear color so that I can tell. Oh, God. Okay, so this one, we're going to give it a clear color of I don't know, 1, 0, make it red. Oh, what did I do? Oh, into? There you go. Oh, well, that didn't do what I thought it would anyway. Maybe because of the transparency settings. I thought it would do this. Huh. Yeah, it must be something to do with the transparency. So which one am I looking at? I think the window dimensions back to 1910, 20, 1280, right? Yeah, 1910. They're back to 1080p. Oh, but we've got the scale factor of 2. Okay. So let's change that back to 1. And then we'll see what's what. Okay. So this is the main camera, I think. This is the one with the limited viewport. But what I kind of want is a limited viewport, but expanded to fill the entire window. How do I do that? Oh man, I've got 3 cameras. It's almost like you need both to be rendering to an image instead of to the window. So this one's rendering to an image and this one isn't. Huh. I wonder. Oh yeah, here we go. Camera order ambiguities and with the following priorities 0. At least exactly one camera entity spawned with a given order for a given render target. Okay, cool. So what we should do is make the lib camera render last. We'll make that 1. Obviously, we should tidy that up, but this one is order O. Hey, now it's got the clear color on it. Interesting. So this is seeing both of them. This is just seeing the view, the terrain, and this is the minimap. What if I applied the scale factor to this one? Because we're saying the physical size is, I think the multiple cameras approach is not what I'm looking for. This is correct. We just want to, oh, does that only start working when I move the mouse? This is correct. We just want to zoom this part of it in somehow. Well, we don't, we want the same resolution, but this needs to see the entire level image. This one just needs to see a portion of it. Therefore, we should limit the viewport of this camera. I think we should limit the viewport of this camera to 1920, 1080. And we should make the image like a 2K image or something like that. I think that's the way to approach it. That gives us the same resolution and level of detail that we were looking for, but it stops, it gives us, allows us to keep some of the map secret, basically, which I think is the approach we're going for. Okay. All right. So given that, let's come up with a 2K image we can use to experiment with. And then I have to remember what 2K actually is. It's 20 what? I've got it in my sway config somewhere. $2K is what we're displaying now, which is 2560 1440, of course. I never remember. I don't know why. There we go. Okay, so we've upscaled it, which looks terrible. So let's just start over. Let's just remove everything. All right, and let's go. We'll just create a bunch of different shapes that we can use to experiment with, but we need something in the middle so that we can fall in the right place. Whoa, this is very high resolution. Create a wall. This will be like our test map. It's good though. I feel like we're learning some really fundamental concepts that I didn't know about before, or at least I'd kind of, and that's the whole point about rather than just writing experiments, actually trying to create a full game. I feel like you learn an awful lot about the basics, the fundamentals. Okay, so we'll create outlines. Oh, so high res. Maybe I'm making a mistake by making it too high res. It's going to mean level design takes a long time. Maybe I'm not thinking that through carefully enough. Maybe I should be designing for a total map width of 1080p and a game screen of 720. But then will modern people playing modern games expect a minimum of 1080p in a game screen resolution? What's Bubba is you? Ooh, Claude's being slow this morning. What is the game resolution for Bubba is you? Oh, whoops. Hopefully it knows what I mean. Oh, there you go. 488 270. How about Noita? Yeah. So it's okay to release a modern game and all like see this is the thing. It's okay to release a modern game with a relatively low pixel style. If I did that, I would have to use smaller sprite sizes. I could go 720 to 1080. Let's look at what was the original Lemmings for the Amiga 500 resolution. 320, 200, depending on whether you're on PAL or not, probably. The mini map displayed the screen only displayed a portion of the larger map Lemmings map. What was the estimated total resolution of that map? Okay, so it kept the height. Good. So that's likely to be accurate. The height was relatively constrained compared to the width since the levels were primarily designed for horizontal. See, I'm hoping to do vertical. I think this is close to accurate. So what if we were to design for, say, what if we were to design for a total map size of 1920, 1080, but our viewport was much more like, was 720 or even less, maybe even 360? What did it think that Barbara's U was? Let's try using a non-AI search. $854, $480. Standard widescreen 480p res. Phones, computers, or game consoles. Interesting. $480p. But that was 6 years ago. I think we assume 720p on a 1080p screen, on a 1080p level, and then we just work with it, see what happens. I think we're going to run some ads in a sec. Yeah, we'll just work with it and see what happens. So let's go 36. Let's get rid of this camera because it's obviously not what we want. Then we'll go back to level. Lib, rather. We'll stop doing this, but we will do this. Right. Okay. Which leaves us with not what we're after because we need the window size to be set correctly too, in which case we don't need the viewport. We just need the correct window size. If I then, does that lead us into trouble? When someone attempts to full screen the window? Or are we okay? Okay, so we've got the full map here. We've got the mini map Yeah, this is good. We can work with this. I may need to reduce the size of the sprite. Okay. Well, that's good. I'm glad we've addressed those things. Now I need to come up with a calculation to put this in the corner. We may end up choosing to restrict it even further. But I think this is good to start with. So if that's the... Oh, it stopped. Oh, no, it hasn't. It's just really badly positioned. Yeah, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 bumps, and then the end. 1, 2, 3. So 1, 2, 3. It finishes there. I guess that's okay. I feel like in Lemmings they concealed more of the screen. If you look at this could be loud. Ooh, DOS. We don't want the DOS version. Ooh, that's quite noisy. So if we look at this, yeah, they concealed a ton of the screen. Huh, I've never seen anyone do it that way. But I guess as long as you get through, it doesn't matter. So good. I love Lemmings. All right. So yeah, it conceals a lot more of the screen, which I feel like is a better mechanic. Maybe I'm trying to contain too much resolution. I still want the reasonable level of fidelity though, right? Maybe the level just needs to be bigger. Like if we make it, we could make it 2K, but level design is going to take a long time. Unless I make it 2K, but just use relatively low res detail. Or assume that it's going to be horizontal, but I really like the vertical component to it. Okay, let's continue our 2K theme and just see where it leads. We'll create another wall here. And we will kind of wrap it around and create some different shapes. Should really have my tablet, but I can't be bothered right now. Okay. All right. Nice and easy. Oh, that looks wrong. Okay. So that's our base level. All right, so we'll save that. And we'll change a few dimensions. This is now, God, I've forgotten already. 2560, 1440. Someone had the really interesting idea of using steganography to encode the levels, which I think is really cool, but I'm not sure if I'm there yet. Okay, so let's look for the characters 1920, just in case. I still have some, and I do. That one needs to be, I've forgotten already. What is it, 2560? 1440, okay. Okay, little window. Big screen. Okay, so we see up to, I guess, about here. And maybe down to about here. That seems all right. We could work with that. All right, let's figure out how to determine the edge of the screen so that we can position this correctly. So we need the primary window, I'm sure. Since we only have, oh, we've already got the window. That's good. So we need to set a transform for the minimap. Okay. To be a little more specific. This always happens. I removed the wrong thing, basically. Or Rust Analyzer removes the wrong thing, more to the point. Okay, let's see here. Need to determine the window size in init. And adjust the minimap position. Maybe I can do it in line. No, we can do it here. window. Window size? What are we talking about here? Physical size as opposed to logical size? I think physical size. Actually, no, maybe size because the window size, what does that actually return? Vec2. So window size X. Oh, actually, no. Because the transform is going to be 0 center. And I want it to be. Okay, let's figure this out. I want let when X equals window size X, let when Y equals window size Y. Obviously, we don't need to keep these, but I'm just figuring it out. Let Tx map X equals when X minus when X plus 20 or something stupid like that. Let's call it 50. These are UVEX, right? And then you get map X, map Y, 0. And then this becomes minimap transform. And this becomes width scale 0.1. Oh, what did I have before? I see. Okay, let's try that. Okay. So no, definitely not. Let's think about this. Oh, right. Yeah, this is not what we want. So we're looking for a way to convert easily from window coordinates to like 0 center coordinates. I think there's a way to do that. It's something to viewport, isn't it? World to viewport, given a position on world space, Use the camera to compute the viewport space coordinates. That's right. So maybe I don't need the window size at all. It might be viewport to world. Do I even have the camera in this function? No, because I'm spawning them in this function. uh, yeah, I can't exactly query for it. Or maybe I can. Oh, I need to post a async update to work. I'll do that in a minute. Maybe I can. If I create the camera and then use it, basically. Well, actually, the camera already exists by the time I run this function. The main camera exists. Let's try it. It's going to be a single camera with main camera. That makes this camera viewport to world 0, I guess. Well, 0, 0. Hang on. What does it take? Oh, no information available. All right. Cannot find. Oh, yeah. It takes the camera transform and a viewport position as a vec2. So I need the camera transform. It's kind of a bummer, but never mind. Let's revisit this. What is your problem? Global transform. Mm-hmm. Okay. Because it's a single. Actually, you might not even need this, right? Hmm. Yeah. Hang on. There we go. Okay. And then this needs to be like that. Is it a vec2 or a UVec? It's a vec2. Now, what's everybody's problem? Oh, it's a result. Okay. Sure. Hmm. I don't know. Let minimap. Let top left. We'll figure this out. Mm. It's going to return a vec2 as well, isn't it? Actually, it's returning array 3D. Why? To get the world space coordinates with normalized device coordinates. Returns array originating from the camera that passes through everything beyond viewport position. What is the thing if I just want the coordinates, though? With normalized device coordinates, I should use NDC to weld. That returns a vec3. But it's normalized. I don't want... Wait, what? Oh, I'm so confusing. Let's look at an example. Nobody's using it for examples. All right, viewport to weld. How to use the viewport to weld. Oh, 2D. Hang on. Might just be missing something here. That returns a vec2. Okay. All right. Well, that's a start. Let's see what happens. The things you do when you're planning to do something else. Oh, yeah. That kind of worked, except that it's positioning the center of it, which is not quite what we want. We need to offset it by the width of the thing itself. How do we do that when we are scaling it? You'd have to multiply its width by 0.1. Uh-huh. It's getting even deeper. Hello, little puppy. Hi, puppy. How you doing? Um, let offset equals so it's a 2560 image. Offset x is going to be 2560 times 0.1 gives us the total width of that image after it's been scaled, I guess. Divided by 2. And then we want top left x plus, because we want to move it right, not left. Okay, let's see if I've made the right assumption there before we continue. Yeah, we can see much more of the X view. I'm not sure if we're seeing all of it, but I think we are. Um, and then we'll add a minor amount just to give it a margin in the window. So say 20. And we'll repeat this for y. And we'll wrap all this up in a little function or something. 2560 and what? 1440. I will never be able to remember that for some reason. Top left y minus offset y. Connecting to chat. That was weird. Maybe my network's a bit funky. Minus 20. See where that leads. Oh yeah, look at that. It's nicely positioned. The mouse cursor is completely wrong, but that's okay. I'm going to have to handle the difference between the coordinates on the image and the coordinates on the screen. Not quite sure how to do that yet, but hopefully I'll be able to. Yeah. We might have to normalize it or something. Because yeah, I don't know. But still, progress. Um, cool. So how do we make this neat and tidy? We have, I think, it would be reasonable to have some kind of window plugin, seems to me. Or even separate out the minimap stuff into its own plugin. Seems not unreasonable. Let's try doing that. So we've got in-game playing. Should we have... Should all of this be beneath in-game? This is under screens. So our general directory structure and source is screens and then game. I think game might be a better place for it. Yeah, so let's create game module minimap. And then prelude star. Oh, it's raining. Um, and then pub fn plugin app app. Oh, hey Manadona. Thanks very much for the raid. I appreciate that. How you doing? How's things? If we look at game RS, we should have pub mod minimap. How am I doing? I'm doing good. I am working on my minimap implementation for my game, which is teaching me all sorts of weird things about scale and viewports and sizes and things that I didn't know about. Where did I save that? What were you working on today? Viewport, I know. Scary. Let's see. The end game. I see. I don't know if I know the end game. Let's see. What can we move into the minimap space? We can move this. Oop, that was not what we wanted. Actually, let's split screen here. It's in pre-release alpha. Oh, wow. I'm jealous you've gotten that far. So we can go over here and let's go with app add systems on enter screen in game init. Function init. And then we'll grab some of this. With main camera. Well, I hope you have an awesome rest of your day. Please feel free to hang out, but also feel free to go do the self care thing. I really appreciate the raid. You can take all of this and move it, I do believe. Like so. And that makes our playing screen that much simpler. So much simpler. Oh, whoops. There we go. That's better. Get all the imports sorted. Oh, and we need tiny bow. Awesome. And commands, of course. And render layers. Okay. Can we run at this point or have we screwed everything up? We kind of screwed everything up because the mini map's not there, but at least the main map still works. Okay. First of all, we need one of these over here. Damn near perfect. All right. So why doesn't it show up anymore? Oh, because I bet we haven't used the plugin. We have not. Okay. Now we try. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so we are working okay there. And just our mouse positioning is way off on the mini map. So that's kind of the last thing we need to solve. The other thing is that it would be nice to be able to draw a viewport indicator around the minimap, similar to the way that the Lemmings one does it. Whoa, flashbang, sorry. So yeah, have this portion of the screen be indicated as to what you're viewing. But that's a stretch goal. Okay, cool. So how do we fix the mouse? Well, first of all, the mouse cursor and the sprites now need to be smaller because we've adjusted scale. So this little guy needs to scale down, probably about half his size. Bringing him from 36 to 15, 18, I guess. Nearest neighbor. Oh, looks pretty bad. See if we can fix him a little. Whoa, stop that. Let's see. Oh, hey, Mike V Dev, how you doing? How was your stream? I saw you were on earlier. It's pretty unusual when we overlap. Hope you're having a good one. Overlap was odd. Let's see. Let's go. We don't need to be perfect. We don't need to be perfect. This is not the forever design. We're just trying to get something on the board. Okay. Save him / them. And that gives us, did I re-export that? Let's see where we get to. What's the proportionate size is what we're looking at, really. Oh, yeah, much more sensible size. Okay. Maybe a little larger, but maybe like 20 instead of 18. What do you, don't know. How many sub plugins is that in? Let's see. I think we go from lib to, I think we only go from lib to game to sub plugin of game. So that's 3 layers. Let's make this guy 20 by 20. Actually going to redraw him. Get some of these proportions a bit better. It's already much bigger than a lemming sprite. Filled ellipse tool. Oh, that's right. You have to start in the top left. Pixel art is much harder in smaller files. Yeah, well, I've only just increased the size of the total map to 2K, so that so that we can have this effect where we where the minimap shows more than the actual game display. Which I will. It's not the final design. Don't be fussy. Don't be fussy. Let's get something that we can develop with. Perfection. All right. So the thing that remains is to get the mouse pointer positions correct on both. Yeah, that seems like a good size. So now we've got this issue where the mouse pointer position on here is vastly different to what it is over there. So we need to adjust that, and which means that we need to stop passing in 0 to 1920 coordinates, which is what we're doing right now. If we look at the shader, we're passing in cursor position as a vec2, and we're comparing it to mesh position xy minus cursor position. But that's not actually the viewport. So the mesh position XY is the position on the entire mesh, which is a 2K piece of kit. And what we're actually dealing with is 720. So I need to convert that somehow. Because it's correct on the main screen, but it's, oh, and I need to adjust the size of it too. So not 36 anymore, but 20. Whoops. And 40. Yeah. So I still need to adjust for, I've got mesh UV, but I need to adjust for the viewport of the window. Do I even have that? Does that come on vertex output? World position, world normal. UV, vertex tangents, and vertex colors. Maybe I could use world position rather than window position. What changes when I do that? Trouble is cursor position is being passed in as, yeah, I might need to translate cursor position, but let's just see what happens. Oh yeah, it doesn't even show up. So that's definitely not what we want. But if we were to convert cursor position to world position, in playing, I guess, draw alpha GPU, which now needs to be relabeled. We'll figure that out. So we're getting the window physical cursor position. We should be translating that using the camera to a world position, I think. So if let sum cursor pos equals window physical cursor position. In physical pixels, not logical pixels. Is there just a cursor position? Yeah. Logical pixels. Wonder if that would actually fix the problem. Probably not, but let's check. Ah, I hadn't noticed I've added crosshairs now apparently. But yeah, the logical position doesn't help my other problem. I need to translate it using the camera, I think. So we've got window. Let's go with physical cursor position. And then we need to translate that to using the camera, using the main camera, I think. Main camera is a single camera global transform with main camera. Let cam pos equals camera viewport all right, we need let camera transform equals main camera. Viewport to world 2D camera transform. Cursor pos. I think that returns a results. Yeah. So we'll go R. And then this becomes cam pos. Okay. See if that helps us at all. Nope. Not even slightly. It makes it worse. God damn it. Can't get. Oh, hang on. Ah, it's there. Look at that. Interesting. Oh, shit. I just spilled tea everywhere. That was not in the game plan. Okay, so it's in the window at least, but it's not showing on the mini map. And it's way off. So when I translate it, viewport to world 2D, I'm sending it coordinates for whatever this is, like 1280 or something like that. And it's giving me this. So that's obviously not right. It's giving me the center of the screen when I'm in the top right. That doesn't make any sense. Should I be using NDC to world? Or I should be comparing it with a different position in this, maybe? Twitch keeps telling me it's connecting to chat. I don't know what's going on there. Time is it? It's 9:18. I've got an ad break. I'm going to make another cup of tea and update work, and I will be right back. Okay. Hmm. The puppies have arrived. Oh, that's very it's a very close up view. There's the puppy. Hello, puppy. Hello, other puppy. You guys gonna settle down and chill? Good dogs. Once Ted stops blocking the camera. Hello, puppy. Good boy. Do you not want to cool up? Okay. Fair enough. Tilly's just going to lie off the edge of the bed like that. Okay, so we were trying to figure out. Oh, you buggering off? Okay. We were trying to figure out this cursor position adjustment business. Because even when we do this, we'd need to adjust it for the other screen. Like, even though got too many buffers open. Even though we've got this rendering a little bit here, it's not showing up on this screen at all, which says to me that it's in some other position that just can't be seen. I could do it by replacing level with, actually what I should do is replace it with just an ordinary image that has no transparency. Let's try that for a sec. We'll fill this entirely. Not with black though. There we go. And we'll save that as blank PNG. And then assets. Blank. That'll let us diagnose things a little bit easier, I guess. Hmm. Okay, so it's just a blank image. We've got this in the main screen. Oh, the problem being that we can't see it on the minimap, but interesting in itself, right? Well, there's the edge of the minimap right there. Right there. Should put a border around it, really. Okay, so if I'm in the middle of the screen, then it gives me the top left. If I'm in the top left, it's way off. First of all, X and Y are reversed. And I mean, Y is reversed, X is not. Which tells me I'm using some kind of funky coordinate system that isn't what I would expect. How can I further debug this? Also, why am I getting this crosshatch pattern? Oh, because I've still got a 36 here. That would be why. Is it maybe I could use the UV instead? Or maybe it's just viewport to world is not what I should be using. Close a few things that I don't need right now. Can't sit still, huh, puppy? It is quite cold under that window, isn't it? I could close the window. You're a good girl. I don't know where the other puppy is. Okay, so viewport to world might not be the right thing. If we take this out again and we put this back to cursor pause, what do we get? Then we're back to this situation where it's visible, but it's not in the right place. So this is the top right. This is the bottom left, but the degrees in the middle are not correct because it's hard to see on this view, but it's traversing the entire thing when it shouldn't be. It should reflect just the bit that's visible on the screen, and that's a problem. I wonder how, because we're rendering the entire image to the mesh, but we only want to modify the bit that we can actually see. This might be a Discord question, so I don't actually know the answer. I'm modifying this bit in this viewport, which is just 720p, but I'm also modifying the bit on the camera that's rendering the minimap image, which is much larger. It's a 2K image. I suppose it's because it's scaled. So the camera for this window effectively has a viewport of 720p. The viewport is equal to window size. But the one that's on this one is not doing that. Wonder what would happen if I changed that. I think I would just see a minimap that was scaled up to exactly match this window, which is not what we want. But let's confirm that. I don't suppose it's because we render this one first. I don't think it would be. Let's go with let's go with a viewport, just to prove to ourselves that that's what would happen. Is it physical size? Mm, 720p, so 1280, 720. Somebody once told me the what? No, 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 no. Oh, I need to change the image. Otherwise, whenever. Oh, we do see it actually. Interesting. So now we are accurately reflecting the size. Let's prove that by using the correct image. Yeah, so we see only what is displayed on the screen, which goes up to, let's see this, and we can see all of the stuff that's on the screen and it's correctly proportioned. But when we render to this, if it's not the correct size, very tricky. It's almost like I want to make the change based on the dimensions of this, because this is the image that we're changing. But I want it to display correctly here. Maybe instead of using the window dimensions, I should scale them to the physical pixel dimensions on the mesh. So take it the reverse way. How would I find out the coordinates on the mesh based on the small part of it that I can see? Would I have to track that somehow? Track the bit that I'm viewing currently? Viewport is confusing. There's no question about it. It's confusing. So I'm looking at a larger image, but through a smaller window. I think this is something I might be able to pose to the AI to get it to summarize some of these searches. Um, just in terms of the coordinates. So if I say something like, I was asking it resolutions for different games. In a Bevy program, say we have a large 2K mesh image rendered to a 2D mesh or mesh 2D. Our window only shows a portion of this mesh at 720p. Its dimensions being 720p. How can we convert the window cursor position to the actual pixel position within the mesh? Cursor to mesh coordinate mapping. Get the cursor position in window space, window cursor position. Get the camera, viewport to world, extend O. Well, I don't know that that's right, but okay. Convert world coordinates to mesh coordinates. World position X divided by window scale plus viewport position X. Interesting. Divided by viewport scale plus viewport position X. Huh. Where's viewport position? Oh, the viewport. Oh, it's querying for the viewport. Oh, that I hadn't thought of. Wait. What? What is this? Is that even a thing? I don't think you can do that, can you? Oh, I see. I see. So this is what I was talking about before, is actually just tracking it. I think this is a local, the way it's doing it. It's not even querying for it. What is going on? That is not valid Bevy, I don't think. You could potentially use it as a query though. Okay. We use Bevy's camera system to convert the window coordinates to world coordinates, and we transform the world coordinates to mesh coordinates, taking into account the viewport's current position where we're looking in the larger mesh. Yeah. I note that while your viewport component is created, is defined, it does not appear to be spawned or queried. I suspect this is not valid Bevy. See if it can do a better attempt. Viewport mesh bundle. Okay, but the upshot of it is we're maintaining a viewport within a larger mesh. And there doesn't appear to be any automatic way to track it. Position and scale. So what it's saying is the mesh pixel coordinates are going to be what? Compute matrix. I wonder if we have any Bevy examples on this. Three D. An affine transformation matrix. A linear mapping method that preserves points, straight lines, and planes. Do we have an example using this? mean, I think we suspected that tracking the current position within the mesh was a good strategy. So let's try that first and see if later we need to adjust it. So I guess game viewport or level viewport. I feel like it'd be better off as a resource rather than a component. I don't even know if it needs, I think it can just be this. But we'll go dref mute. And then uvec2. See if that's easy to work with or if I need to use vec2. And then we'll start with an implementation for defaults. Hmm. And that way we can define where the game starts, I guess. The starting view. So uvec2, I don't know. Let's start with 0, 0 and see where we get to. This is going to be wrong though. Oh, I see. Is it supposed to be and mute self? So like this. I always forget. Expected function, tuple struct or tuple variant. Use struct literal syntax instead. Okay. Yeah. Or new. There we go. I get there eventually. Okay. So how do we do this? How do I actually display that portion of the screen of the thing in the window? I would have to set the transform on the level material, right? Which I don't currently do. So it gets the default, presumably of 0, 0. We might be able to add a few functions, helper functions to level viewport to move it around and things. But in the meantime, transform from X, Y, Z. The other thing we could do is just store the transform in level viewport or directly manipulate the transform. But no, this is fine. So 0 is going to be our Z, and then we'll need to initialize this resource. Oh, this needs to move to minimap. And this does too. Okay. Hi, little puppy. Oh, we've only got the bottom end of you. There's the rest of you. Hi. Good girl. Good puppy. It's a bit cold in here, isn't it? Maybe we should close the window. What do you reckon? Okay. Good. So what was I doing? Oh yeah, resource. We added level viewport resource. Init resource level viewport. And that'll just give us the default value. And then further down, when we're defining a transform, we'll grab our resource level viewport. Level viewport X. Oh, we'll need to adjust that, but level viewports Y. And then we'll offset it by what? The size of the oh, these are UVEX too. Yeah, so maybe it's not going to work. Maybe I should use F32. So that would be 000, which is not what we want. We want to adjust it to world space. By should we use the camera to do that, or should we just calculate the size of the image and do it that way? Can we use the camera to do that? Does not need to be mutable. That's fair. For this instance, it doesn't need to be. Obviously, it's going to be wrong. Let's just see if it runs. It oh, did it just move? Okay, so this is the same behavior that we had before because it's just using zeros. But that's not what we actually want. What we want is 0 is supposed to be the top left corner. So if I wanted to start in the very far top left of the screen, I would have to use level viewport X. Hang on. What are the world coordinates for the X value if you're in the center of a 2K image? 2K image is, and I've forgotten again, 2560. So you're in the center of it. So half of that. So we want to subtract half of the total width from the values. So minus 2560 divided by 2 gives us the, yeah, okay. I don't know if there's a more sensible way of doing that, but let's go with it for now. Transform from XYZ. I kind of wish it didn't autocomplete like that. Level viewport Y minus 1440. Obviously, we need to get rid of the magic numbers, but we'll do that in a bit. And then 0. And we also need to take into account scale. But actually, maybe we don't. Because we want the physical position on the image without all of that. Okay, so in theory, this should show us the top left of the screen. And I think it does because, oh, except that this shouldn't fall through the middle of it, but that's it. Well, actually, maybe it should. I think we're seeing the top left of the screen right now because there's nothing in it. We look at this, yeah. So to actually get where we want, we would need to be, I don't know, we would need to be at 2560 divided by 2 and 1440 divided by 2. So 1, 250, 280. 1280, ha! And can you predict? There we go. Start at the center of the 2K mesh. Hey, we're back. Okay. That's part of the problem. Solved. Now, we need to restore the minimap to its original dimensions. By not having a viewport on the minimap. And that'll bring back our original problem of not having the cursor values in the right place. Yeah, they're all over the place. You can just see it at the top left here. So completely incorrect. But let's see if we can fix that. So down in Draw Alpha, doing this doesn't get us where we need to be. What we need to do instead is factor in the viewport. So hey, Ocean Master, how you doing? So this is going to be res level viewport. And I need to think about how this works. So we're adjusting for a position within the viewport that we're manually tracking. I'm a programmer. Yes, I work as a senior software engineer, but I'm at the moment trying to write games in Bevy and Rust. How about yourself? Okay, so I need to look at what Claude was saying about dividing it by the available resolution. Actually, look at the original version of that. Yeah, so it was doing world position divided by viewport scale plus the viewport position X. Interesting. So we're already getting this part. So take the world position and add the viewport position and see how that works. You're trying to get into that, but you're not so sure about it? Well, honestly, it's getting started is kind of easier than you think. You kind of just need to pick a project and begin. But I realize it can feel intimidating when you start out, but it definitely gets easier. It's a lot of fun. Okay, so cam pause is viewport to worlds. That's world pause actually. But what we want is let adjusted pause equals world pause plus a viewport. Can I just add the vec2 or do I need to? First of all, can I do this? Oh, level viewport. Thought deref mute might let me do that, but it probably won't. Yeah, no. Why is it lettuces vec2? Thought it would be, why have I still got lettuces? I thought it would be glam. That's weird. Huh. It's distinctly weird. I think Rust Analyzer is getting confused. But anyway. Adjusted pause. I've heard that AI will replace all the coding and software engineer. What do you think? That's not going to happen. People can't even explain what they want to other people, never mind to a machine. LLMs are very useful for a very specific subset of things. Um, unless things change in a remarkable fashion more than they have, I don't see them taking over normal software engineer jobs. The problem is that a lot of the output is just flat out wrong, or not quite what was intended. And they can be a really useful tool for summarizing Google searches, which is what I use them for. Hey, explain this concept to me, and it'll say, well, based on what I've read, this is what it means. Um, but they can also get that wildly incorrect as well. So having the experience to understand when it's bullshitting you is a really important skill. And still learning that. But based on having been around computers and programming for a long time, I can usually tell when something doesn't feel quite right. Um, but I've been led down many rabbit holes and wasted time. So they are good at a very small subset of things, but they're not ready for prime time yet. So I wouldn't worry too much about that. Okay, adjust a pause. So let's see what that actually does. I have high hopes. Oh no. It's way over to the side. Oh, it's way over. Okay. So the trouble is that what might work for this image is not working for this image and vice versa. So it's miles away from the mouse because I'm adding that position in. I wonder if we did it based on scale, it might work, but then the trouble is there's just more of the image visible in this than there is in here. So I don't know how to juggle these two competing problems. The biggest problem right now is that it's caused a drop in junior engineer positions, which means to get a job, you need to be at a higher level to get your first job. Yeah, maybe. Juniors have been hard to hire for a long time, though. I'm not sure that it was the result of LLMs. I think people just got super cautious when the economy tanked. Okay, so again, we've got this problem with X and Y being reversed. And we've got the position translation issue as well. Okay, so we can make it appear if we're all the way up at the top of the screen, we get a little mini map icon here. And then as we move it down, yeah, so X and Y are definitely reversed. I'm not quite sure why, but it's certainly possible to correct. Math abs for the win. You think so? Huh. I think I'm using abs in the shader though. Yeah, abs diff. But maybe the calculation of mask UV should be different. Because to adjust for actual mesh position. Because the goal is that we want it to show up in the same place on both displays. Yeah, I think this is wrong. But also the position that we're passing through is probably wrong as well. I wonder if we actually need to pass through the mesh, the viewport dimensions as a uniform to this. So for example, we would do something like level viewport. And that would be uniform 1. Can you say something? Absolutely, you can. Where's my level? Whoa, that's an image file. Oh, it's called playing. There we go. So we would change our uniforms here to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And this is level viewport. You really like my voice? Oh, that's nice of you. I've got a New Zealand twang, so I don't know if that's a sensible point of view, but I'll take it. um, do I have the voice for radio? I definitely got the face for radio. So this is going to be viewport position. Actually, we'll just pass it straight from the resource, which is going to be here. So calm and soothing. It's similar to the Aussie accent. Yeah, well, be careful how you say that because sometimes Kiwis and Aussies have got a pretty strong rivalry. I think the Aussie accent tends to be a little bit up here more. The Kiwi accent's just a little bit duller and fashion chops and all that. Level viewport. Yes, we've already got level viewports, so we can go. Actually, I wonder if we could do this. Can we get away with that? No. Huh. Interesting. How long have I been a software engineer? I switched jobs. I used to be a pediatric intensive care nurse for many years, but I was a self-taught kind of geek since I was a kid, basically, since before the internet. So I just decided I wanted to do it full time and switched jobs and started working as a software engineer. And that would have been probably almost a decade ago now. So getting paid for it about 10 years, but many years before that as an amateur. Let's see. Okay, so we can pass the viewport in. I haven't seen this double deref syntax before, but I think that's right because we've got deref mute on the resource. I wonder, is our... Yeah. Okay. Did you ever give an interview which is not up to the mark and you felt a bit demotivating? 100%. That happens to almost everybody that I've ever met. I've completely screwed up interviews. I once did an interview for a Python position, and I'd been writing a lot of Rust during the weekend, and I kept typing cargo run, cargo build, instead of just launching a Python program while we were doing a live programming exercise. I did not pass. Hey, look, it's an AI. I met with a similar incident and you're feeling horrible. Honestly, there's an acute pain that comes with it, right? Like it's really fresh and it feels raw and horrible, but afterwards you just look back on it and you laugh a bit about it. Given a second chance and still I fucked up. Yeah. Yeah, it sucks. There's no question about it. But it does gradually get filed in that portion of your brain where you're like, yeah, I learned from that. I've got some experience now. Hopefully, I won't do it again. And then maybe you do it again. But, you feel better eventually. It definitely does not mean you're a loser. Your friend got the job in the first go. Yeah, sucks. But it doesn't mean you're a loser. It just means you need to practice interviews more. There's some resources out there for that, I think. I'm terrible at live coding exercises. I avoid interviews where they have them. Okay, so if we've got the level viewport, this might be something I could use the AI for actually, is to ask it about this. But let's try. Let's see what it comes up with. Let's experiment. Given the following WGSL shader, should it be adjusted for the current viewport position within the larger mesh? Plus, I cannot get this thing from my head that I won't get an opportunity better than this. You will get a better opportunity, 100%. Yeah. So, um, when these things happen, they always seem really final and severe. But in actual fact, you should be applying for like hundreds of positions, not one or two. Um, you just got to keep grinding until you find the right one. I've been in plenty of jobs I hated, but I'm in a good spot now. Let's see. So, what is it deciding? The cursor position check. Right. So it thinks adjust position by the viewport offset. I see. So change mesh position XY by the level viewport. And the diff is the adjusted position minus the cursor position. And then has it kept the rest the same? Pretty much, yeah. So let's look at these and see if it's correct. We always have to test if it's correct. Oh, we got ads. Okay. So it's all the way in the center when you're at the top right. This is what we had before. And it's still reversing X and Y. And it's not showing up on the main display. So let's actually switch out to our other image. Oh, it's okay, Ted. Interesting. So it's actually, it is showing up. And I think no, the mini map's wrong. Handsome, careful. No. So X and Y are reversed, and about half the height of the screen is what's available. So that's incorrect. And then we've got in the mini-map, that appears at the left side of the mini-map, which is wrong too, because this shouldn't even be visible on the mini-map. So we're definitely not there yet. All right, so first of all, its world pause is incorrect. Maybe because we're changing it in both places. Maybe we should just pass in the physical position and let the shader do the rest. So level material cursor position is cursor boss. Now it's nowhere to be seen. Oh dear. It's not even slightly present. We should also update the viewport every time, but actually maybe we should do that. Not that it'll make a difference, but we should still do it because we're not changing it, but we will later. Yeah. Okay. So interesting though that we run that again. I'm encouraged by the fact that the character is still visible on the minimap after this has disappeared. You can still see it for a little while. Yeah, so that's correct. We just have to get the right world coordinates for the mouse. How many languages? Are we talking computer languages or human ones? Because human ones, I'm one of those sad people that really only knows English properly, although I should learn Te Reo Maori, which is the language, this the other official language of our country, but I don't. I only know a few words. Let's see. So we're using the window physical cursor position here. And then in the shader, we're using mesh position XY plus level viewport, which I don't think is right. Is that really what it said? That can't be right. This is the actual position of the pixel. This is wrong. Oh, coding languages. Well, Rust obviously, Go, a bit of C and C++, some JavaScript and TypeScript, Python. What else have I spent time in? Those are the big ones, I guess. Bit of C Sharp, but not for years. Once you've learned a few, they all kind of blend into one. Oh, and SQL and things like that, of course. Adjust position mesh. I don't think this is right. I think our diff is should be cursor position plus mesh plus level viewport. But then we're kind of back to where we were before. Don't you forget them? I'm having issues with SQL. It's not even a coding language. You do forget them, but that's you're more teaching yourself the process, right? Because you can always go and look something up. Um, Anyone who tells you you shouldn't be using references or Google or whatever is full of it. You should absolutely be looking things up as you work. Your job is not to memorize things; it's to be able to think logically about a problem and come up with a solution. That's the general idea. So yeah, don't worry about the memory aspect of it. It just comes with time and practice. So mesh position XY minus cursor position. This is obviously wrong. The thing is, if we go back to the old way, it's correct for the position on the monitor, I think. Let's check that. Yeah. But it's not at all correct for the position on the minimap. But this is the kind of goal. So if we start from there, maybe you're memorizing it. Yeah. Yeah. It's more about understanding the process, understanding the method. You give any relatively senior person a new language and tell them to learn it, they'll do it. That's not the problem. The problem is, can they come up with consistently good solutions that are like efficient and easy to understand, easy to repeat, don't break very often. Okay. Cursor position, level viewport. So given that we're able to write to the correct cursor position within the window, but we don't seem to be updating the right position within the mini map. But if I change any of it, then I won't write to the correct position within the window. So it's like the shader for this and the shader for the, yeah, I don't know, eh? This is a hard one. Because eventually we want things to be permanent. We don't want to undo changes we've made to the alpha. So for example, this one, yeah, we want to understand why, for example, that, how could I make it permanent? It's like it rewrites the image immediately over the top of it. So unless once I move it, the rest of the color is visible again. It didn't change anything else about that, right? The level viewport uniform contains the current viewport position in the same coordinate space as your cursor position, but it contains the top left of that. So why would we multiply? Why would we add the top left to it? I think that's the problem, right? If I do this, dog, honestly. Oh, that doesn't even work at all. Okay, that never works. What did I miss? Oh, thanks for the follow, Ocean Master. I appreciate it. Mesh position X, Y plus level viewport. Hmm. I mean, importantly, it's going to change every time I move the mouse anyway. Whereas we want permanent changes. Does that mean we need to render to an image as well? Maybe the main camera should also be looking at the rendered image rather than, oh, that's interesting. Maybe that's the missing bit of the puzzle. Instead of using level, what if I use the render target? Do I have the render target? Just curious. Well, that's interesting. Um, I think I might be in some kind of weird infinite loop. Look at it. Oh, that is not what we want. That is not what we want. Okay, so you can't render to the same thing that's, you can't use the source as the destination, basically. I noticed my fan spun up when I did that too. I think there's some kind of infinite recursion going on. Oh dear. Okay, so feel like I might be at an impasse here. I think I'm trying to do something that isn't correct. So we're doing mesh position XY minus cursor position. Now the mesh position is within the larger mesh, right? Not within the viewport. What if we were to say this? But we still need the mesh position. I'm just curious to see what happens now. Absolutely nothing. Okay. So let's think about this. Level viewport is is 1280, 720. Let's say we're in the very center of the screen. That means mesh position XY. I can't remember if that's the same as world position or not. I think it's not. I think it's from top left. Mesh position XY for center of screen. Mesh position XY is going to be, again, 1280, 720. Because it's in the middle of a 2K screen. What is cursor position going to be? Will also be 1280, 720. So adding the two doesn't make any sense. So it's another instance of the AI just being flat out wrong. What did we decide? 26 something 1440, right? The max value of 2K, which is obviously wrong. It also needs to work when viewport is 0, 0, or its maximum, which is going to be 26, is it 2640? 2560. 2560 minus 1280. Right, so we can, at most, we can view or 1280, I think. The min and max possible for viewport. Oh, wait. Viewport shouldn't be 1280, 720. It should be 1280. Oh my God. I'm a dumbass. Because it's the top left of the screen. Where are we? Viewport, minimap, viewport. Oh, it's in playing. Yeah. It could be as high as 1280, 720, but that wouldn't be a good top left position. Oh, or would it? So y of 0, x of 1280. And in fact, it wouldn't even be x of 1280. It would be half of... I see. Because you can be right in the middle. The total height, it's going to be half of 720, right? I'm confused. If you've got a total screen height of 1440, then if you put your Y value at 720, you're viewing the bottom half of the screen. So you actually need a quarter of it. And the same thing for this. So you need a quarter of 12. So you need 720. Wait, is that right? 1286, 40. And 360. Did I get that right? 2560 becomes 250, 280. Yeah, 1280 becomes 640. Yeah, that's right. Okay. So 640 and 360 gives you a quarter of the way into the screen on both sides. Okay. Then this might also be wrong. No, I think this is right. Yeah. Okay. So now what happens when we run it? The viewport could be 00, or it could be 1280, 720. Actually, more than that. It needs to be 1280 plus, essentially 2560 minus 640. Or 1280 plus 640, which is 18, 19, 20, right? So we're working with all the standard resolutions. And I guess the X value, if you're viewing the bottom of the screen, the Y value is going to be 720, because that's exactly half of 1440. Yeah. Is that all right? So this level viewport is, let's assume it's 640, 360. Centered. Mesh position XY is 1280, 720. Cursor position will also be 1280, 720. No, it won't. It's a 720p screen. It will be the center of a 720p screen. Oh, this is breaking my brain. This is correct. 1280, 720 is the middle of a 2560, 1440 screen. Cursor position in the middle of a 720p screen. If we're using logical pixels, which could be different, it might be physical pixels. We'll need to figure that out. It's not going to be 1280, 720. It's going to be I think it's going to be 640, 360. Adding level viewport and mesh position XY gives us 1920, 1080, which is wrong. Instead, our target value should be the center of 2K, which is 1280, 720. So why don't we just use mesh position XY? We need to take the value of 640, 360. Hey, Justin, how you doing? I'm very confused about viewports. I got totally distracted from my from my original plan to look at compute shaders, and I'm trying to get the viewport right. It's so confusing. So I need to take a value of the mesh position is 1280, 720, and we're looking for the center of a 2K screen, but converting it from the center of a 720p screen. The center of a 20p screen is 640, 360. So can't we just multiply by 2? Or am I just completely full of it? Sounds about right. Yeah. Um, I think we want cursor position times 2. I think we want mesh position XY minus cursor position times 2. Can I do that in a shader, or will it error at me? I think I would have to do all. It's much simpler to just pass the correct value in the first place. So let's try doing that. Let's try. Can I multiply by 2 here? Apparently so. Does it break? It's not quite correct. And it's adjusting in weird ways. Yeah, because it's exponentially further away because you're multiplying by 2. That's wrong. Funny though. Can you ever get it onto the minimap? No, you can't. Okay. So that's clearly incorrect. I wonder what I'm doing. Viewports are so confusing. Multiplying by 2 doesn't make sense because why doesn't it make sense? The mesh position XY. I wonder if the mesh position XY is within the context. I thought it was within the context of the entire mesh and not within the context of the window. But maybe I'm wrong about that. Let's look at Bevy mesh 2D vertex. Oh, wrong thing. Bevy mesh 2D vertex output. We've got position, which is clip position when the struct is used as, so it's frag chord. Maybe world position. So world position or world normal or UV. I'd love to see what these values actually are, but I haven't got to the point where I can debug that correctly yet. Just out of curiosity, what happens? Well, this is interesting. It was on the screen. Now it's definitely not. Oh, there it is. So you can kind of see the mini map, but it's clearly not correct. Actually, let's stop multiplying it by 2 if we're still doing that. Oh, we're not. Okay. Oh, so hard. Jumping back and forth between streams as you try to be supportive. That's very nice of you. The mini map is not going well. I have some fundamental misunderstandings about what's going on. I just need to know what they are. Multiplying it by 2 is not the answer and was never going to be. I was just curious. In this case, cursor pos will be a value between 00 and 128720 because those are the dimensions of our window. That's physical cursor position. What happens if you try just cursor position to get logical pixels? Well, kind of the same thing. So 0, 0 becomes the middle of the screen. X and Y are reversed. I mean, Y is reversed. And nothing shows up on the minimap. Okay, well, that's information. And if we take away the multiplication, it's very much trial and error, which I don't like at all. Okay, if you take away the multiplication, you still get the X and Y as basically the same. So 0 becomes the middle of the screen. And of course, this is nowhere to be seen. Also, only half the screen is usable. How does this work? Let's look at window resolution docs. It's things like these that take so much time. Physical size is the actual height and width in physical pixels. The logical size, which is the size that should be used to scale elements inside the window. The requested size, which is the value submitted to the API. Physical size is probably a bad idea. Different pixel densities. I think logical size is probably correct. Hmm. So let's stick with logical size. But now we have to convert between, we can use the camera to convert pixels to world position. But the thing is, mesh position XY is not world position. So I don't know why we would do that. I do see a world where we could adjust for the level viewport, i.e. which bit of the mesh are we actually looking at right now? I'm not sure if that should be done in the shader or outside of it. So it works fine as long as the same amount of the mesh are visible in both the viewport, in both the main screen and the minimap. But that's not what a minimap's for. You want to be able to view more things on the minimap than you can actually see. The minimap shows the entire level. But the main screen only shows a portion of it. The main screen's viewport is constrained by the window. The starting viewport will be 640 through 60 in the top left corner. If mesh position XY and level viewport and cursor position are roughly the same, and that's what this accounts for, then we change the alpha value of the pixel. If we use cursor position as its normal value in the middle of the window, basically if we see main, it thinks that 0, 0 is 360, is 640, 360. Unless I'm accidentally converting to world pos. I don't, do I? No. I do get that position here. Oh, and the other thing is the minimap is transformed. We have shifted it. I wonder if I need to take that into account. So let's check if this is correct, because this gets the viewports world 2D. Actually, this might be wrong. Maybe I should be using level viewport instead. I should be using like the level viewport will be the top left, so you don't want that to be the transform. You want it to be level viewports. There probably should be like some helper functions on level viewport just to make it easier. Level viewport X plus 1280 divided by 2. So add half the width of a 720p screen. And then, oh, and actually you do want to bump it by about 20 pixels. Oh, this is the minimap. Oh, shoot. This is the minimap transform. Wait. This is not correct. This is definitely not correct. What's going on here? The only thing that should get this kind of transform is the level material, and that's not even in this file. Yeah, this is wrong. So what we actually need is $12.80 divided by 2 gets us it's 0 minus 1280 divided by 2 plus 20 essentially. So you may as well make it 20 minus 1280 divided by 2. And then 20 minus 720 divided by 2. Obviously, these need to be extracted out with scale. So we don't need that. We don't need that. Or that. Don't know what I just did, but let's see if it helps in any way or if it even works. We probably won't be able to see it because we're still using the blank image. Let's go back to using the other one for a sec. That's not quite what I was hoping for. All right, so what did I screw up? Oh, viewport Y should be plus, not minus. Because Y goes up the screen. Definitely not correct, though. Why is it showing up like that? And where's the rest of the... Oh, God. Okay. We've got so many problems. So many problems. Yeah, this one should be plus. Okay, well, at least it's up there. It's wrong, but it's up there. Oh, right, because that's the center of the transform is the center of the screen. So you also need to factor in the width of the image, which is going to be... Oh, that's why it was 2560. Because the width of the mesh is actually 2560. Right there, folks. So we need to accommodate that plus its scale. Damn, this is annoying. Let's try making a little helper function, see if we can get this right. Get minimap transform. It's going to return a vec2. Oh, we'll call it a vec3. It needs image size, which is an extent 3D, and the screen dimensions. Which is going to be, in this case, a vec2, probably. And then we need to think about doing it like, oh, and the scale. Which is what? A vec3. All right, so we need, actually, these can all be references, right? Vec3, finish with 0. What is your problem? All right. So image size, width, divided by 2 times the scale. Actually, can you multiply it by scale at the end, or is that not going to work? I don't think that's going to work. I think we might just store this as a scale factor. Plus, hmm, oh, uh, would it just be easier if everything was float? Probably, right? Okay. So this is going to be y. This is going to be plus. Actually, this is still going to be minus because we're counting from the top of the screen. No, it's not. I think it's going to be minus 20 plus. Screen size y divided by 2, image size height divided by 2 times scale factor. Yeah. You could potentially multiply. It doesn't matter. I don't know if this is correct. Well, let's find out. Image size is going to be image extent, well, image size. I assume it's available. Oh, what did we call it? Minimap image. Right. What is on image? Texture descriptor. You know what? Let's not even call it from size. Let's just pass it straight in. In which case we won't use an extent 3D. Oh, maybe we will. No, we could just use a vec. I'll have this all on a constant somewhere anyway. In which case we'll be able to multiply it, basically. Actual size equals image size divided by 2 times scale factor. Something like that. Oh, right. So X, Y. There we go. Now, what's your problem? Struct literal. Oh, yeah. Oh, so many errors. So many errors. Oh, it needs to return a transform, not a vec3. Blimey. Oh, right. Well, that was the wrong place. There we go. That was painful. Okay. I don't think this will be dramatically different, but let's just rule it out as a cause. Manage the complexity. Whoa, that's very bright. And not at all correct. But apparently we have both happening, so that's interesting. Huh. Uh, this is the minimap layer. the minimap image. So image size is 2560, 1440. Oh, we didn't scale it. Right. Vec 3 splat scale factor. Well, it's roughly positioned correctly. Roughly. Its Y value is not correct. X looks right though. The minus 20 plus is probably wrong. Actual size Y is image size divided by 2 times scale factor. And screen size Y divided by 2. Have I passed the wrong values to any of these? Actual size, screen size, and yeah, that looks correct. Hmm. Just out of curiosity. Hmm. I think the image transform is also wrong. So let's fix that and then maybe we'll figure out what's going on with the rest of this. Not that. Okay, so we're setting a mesh transform here. This I think is going to be wrong. Okay, it's close. Not quite right though. It's down here. So let's think about this. The viewport X is viewport X minus half of the width. That's not correct. Viewport X we've set to the top left corner is 640, 360. So we need to adjust the position of the whole mesh so that we see the center of it based on that. The center point is 1280, 720. So we would like it to be, at the moment it's being, X is being set to 640 minus 1280, which is not right. It's minus 640, right? Actually, that might be right. The Y is not correct though. If you put Y as 360 and if you put Y needs to be converted to negative high rather than negative low. So world space, it's going to be minus 360. So would it be something like this? No. Somewhere down here. The center of the mesh is going to be at this position relative to the camera. I think this would have to be plus. Plus goes up, right? So minus is not going to be correct. Plus goes upwards. But the starting position of the mesh actually is already a positive number. It's x that needs to be subtracted from. This is going to be level viewport y is 360. Maybe we just use level viewport y. No, because it has to be the center of it. We need the center of the mesh. Oh, this is breaking my brain in painful ways. Got to finish up soon too. I'd like to at least have something functional, but it's been one of those streams where I just destroy everything. 1440 divided by 2 is 720, which is going to be way up. That's like right up high in world positions. So to take 360 and subtract 720, you're going to end up with a negative position, which is not what you want. If you add it, I honestly think I've stared at this problem too long. I'll probably walk away from it and solve it. That still doesn't have any terrain on it. And this is weird. Like it's showing the edge of the image way up high. So it's too high. What if I just use the value of viewport y? That's still wrong because it's not the middle of the screen, but let's just have a look at it. Okay. Well, at least we can see things again. So the X position is wrong. X position, by quite a wide margin by the look of it, because you can still see the edges of the screen here. So how do I fix that? I'm subtracting too much. If we start at positive 640 and we subtract all of that, we go way too far to the left. Do I have to adjust for scale? If I use the raw value, I'm sure I'm wrong. Even if I just make it the negative raw value. Actually kind of the same result, which is weird. Hmm. What am I doing wrong? I'm going up too high by a factor of probably 360 pixels. And I'm too far to the left, I think by 720. So that should be telling me something. It's half of it is 720. Half of that is 360. So I'm too far to the left by 360. That can't be right. Oh, that's so weird. Why? Why is it 0? Why don't I have to adjust this position of it? I'm looking at it right in the middle. Oh, mine not to reason why. I've gotten so completely turned around the axle that I no longer understand anything. So now there's just the remaining issue of why it thinks that 0, window cursor position gets translated to the middle of the screen in MeshPos. Cursor position will not be 640, 360. It'll be, well, in the middle of the screen it will. Won't it? Yeah. Unless I'm misunderstanding what the logical position gives you. Right, because it could be 0. Cursor position minus mesh world position XY minus cursor. Oh, we changed that too, didn't we? So hopefully we should be back to having it in the middle at least. Yeah, this was our original problem. But it's not visible on the minimap at all. Oh, just at the bottom corner of it. So this would be window position 1280, 720. And that's displaying in the very center of the mesh as it's rendered there. I have the same problem and I don't know how to solve it. I'm rendering two different things, but I need them to show up the same. It's like it's applying the shader twice. Maybe that's exactly what it's doing. Is that why we use UVs? Maybe I need to normalize it. Wonder which ones I would use from the window position if I wanted to get the normal value. I'd have to convert it to world position. Or NDC to world, maybe. Which of the instead of viewport to world, which Bevy value would correspond to the shader value mesh, I think UV? Okay. UV coordinates have 0 at the bottom left. If your mesh doesn't fill the window, you'll need to account for its transform and scales as well. Yeah. Let's have a look, see what it does. That's not, that absolute value isn't going to work. I don't think. It'll always be less than 20. uh, so what comparison when dealing with UVs, what comparison would replace? Ah, that actually might be too big. Pixel radius configurable. Right. I think that will be too big, but let's find out. And it flipped the Y again. That's funny. Well, at least it's following the correct. Oh, no, it's not. Look at that. Oh, but it's right on the minimap. Oh, my God. I had to use UVs the whole time. God damn it. It's not quite correct in terms of the position on this is not following the mouse. But that's so much better because it accurately reflects what's going on the minimap. Kind of. We just need to figure out why it's not tracking the mouse properly. That's way better. And the divided by window height thing is interesting too. So actually we could modify in minimap. Could probably use window height and window width there as well. Can I just get window dimensions? What does it return? Oh, vec2. Like that. Oh yeah, and there was this whole thing about the minus 200. It's not quite right, but never mind. Well, I'm going to have to stop soon anyway, but it's nice to get to a point where we're starting to approach something sensible. Yeah. So in the shader, why have we got a giant square now? Oh, because of this. Nope, still wrong. Let's play with some values for a sec here. And to stop. Grab a bite to eat and do some work. It's still square, I'm not quite sure why. And it's definitely way off the mouse position. But I feel like the fact that it is correctly represented on the preview is good. But yeah, we're not there yet. I think the window height thing might be an issue. I think I'm rapidly approaching the point where I realize you can't use the same coordinates for both screens. We might have to maintain separate values or find a better way to translate the window position coordinates to the mesh position coordinates. Yeah, tricky. Okay. Let's do a commit. Rescale to 720p 2K and minimap rendering. Nonsense. And that's all we got time for. Have we got anybody to raid? We got Irish John. We should totally raid Irish John. It's nice to see them back.
And then we'll start this one. Turn of all the treaties. Have you seen the new Warhammer?
Thanks for hanging out and lurking. I appreciate you.
Video with
See you next time.
that drop down onto a planet and
Probably Saturday.
a thing behind them. Have you all seen that? There is a Mick Gordon edit of that video.